Oh, we gotta go back and watch it. Wow. I haven't last time. All in. Huh? First thing last time. Yeah. That's crazy. I wondered exactly. That's what I told one of my buddies. I was like, the 1-3 game here? Not 1-3.
I think we might have had some technical difficulties with my microphone, so I don't know if anybody was hearing me or if I was just talking to the walls in here. But once again, we're playing 1-3 No Limit Hold'em from the OG Clubhouse in beautiful Oak Grove, Kentucky. So we're only on hand number 2, getting started early. Currently playing 7-handed. Soup Donkey flops best with second pair. Valhalla's ace has a gutter. Valhalla's ace not content to let his straight draw come to him. He's going to try to go out and get it. Soup Donkey wants to see another card with his pair. He turns 2 pair, and that's going to cost him. Always a good feeling when you've got the stone nuts and somebody leads into you. Easy game. Hit your perfect card and get paid off. Nice double up early for Valhalla's ace.
The king of the when he called, I was like, well, shit, you know, here we are. How much? 5. Second hit. Second hit. Wow. You know, this is the poker. If I play 12 and anyone goes, you can stack 25 on the
If you were with us last week, you saw that Soup Donkey likes to have an aggressive style, especially post-flop. It's a high variance route, but it seemed to work out for him last week. We'll see if it can hang on to him, work out for him again this week. He's going to go get a few more bullets, and we'll have him back in the game in no time. Ethan flops best on a disconnected flop. Small bet and scoop on the turn. He'll take that one down.
It's like I was running back, but it was off. Thank God. Huh? Can't even. No, I had a pair up there. Huh?
Bob is posting a $6 straddle from the button, so action will start in the small blind.
So fast.
Soup Donkey wastes no time putting those new chips to work. Soup Donkey flops open-ended. Cook's got second pair. Checks around, and the river pair for Soup Donkey's going to take it down. He had a lot more outs than he thought he did.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna go take my nap.
Ethan's in there with Motown from the big blind. Soup Donkey checks his ace from the straddle. And he flops best. Kenyon's going to squeeze with the fish hooks from the big blind. Bets it healthy. You don't want to price anybody in, because once one person's in, they're all in. Then you're taking a flop five-handed with your jacks, and that's never fun. Ethan decides to defend his small blind with a couple of Broadway cards, but a 6-high flop is going to be pretty safe for the jacks, and that should do it. Cook's getting a little ambitious with Jack-10 offsuit from under the gun. That's not enough to scare anybody out of this pot. All sorts of aces and Broadway cards. Queen for Canyon is about the highlight of the hand. Nobody else really has much of anything. A couple of gut shots. Well, that's a fun card. Dr. Big Fish very trickily checks his nut straight. Cook's got the same hand with him, but this might keep Canyon in there. No, he wisely folds. He sniffs out some trouble and he gets the hell out of there. The money's going to go in here and they're just going to chop it out. That's a good fold by Canyon. He could have easily called off for 70 there to see one more card. He realized he was probably in trouble. And even if he wasn't, there's a lot of bad cards on the river for him. Just a really, really good fold by him.
I know when they hit like 9 of hearts come, heart here, any 2 of already got the feeling we were talking. I knew what you read.
Dr. Big Fish comes out for a big raise from the small blind. Oh, I'm sorry, there's a straddle, so I guess that's sizable. That's a pretty good flop. He's just going to come out and bet it. I like this play. No need to get tricky. It's a loose, splashy game. You're going to get a little action. I know Soup Donkey likes to make a lot of plays, but I think he has to realize that the jig is up here and he's just not going to be able to get away with stealing this one here. Knowing his play style, it's not the worst peel on the flop.
Crazy shit. It's hard to do it. I don't know.
Dr. Big Fish puts on the straddle from the button. That's pretty much a common occurrence in these live stream games, it seems. I think it's probably bigger news when somebody doesn't straddle. Three ways to a flop here. Big Fish flops himself a gutter, but Soup Donkey is out front still with his ace. Ethan's going to take a stab at an uncoordinated flop, but neither of his opponents are buying what he's selling. Dr. Big Fish is best with his second pair here. Let's see if we can find the value. Nothing that's beating his 9 is probably checking the river, so I love this value bet here. Not really a lot out there that can get... Oh, he does get called by... He looked up by an ace-high bluff catcher. Great value bet. It's rare that somebody's checking a better hand there. It's a really good way to find a little extra value with second pair there, instead of just knocking and turning it over. Well played by him. Valhalla likes his suited jack. He gets rid of everybody but Soup Donkey. We're going to a flop heads up. Decent flop for Jack 10. Soup Donkey's going to lead off for 50 when he rivers a pair. He's going to find out he's second place in a two-man race.
Both are river and then I had a 6-0.
Sababa's putting on the $6 straddle this hand. Soup Donkey wakes up with a premium this time, ace queen suited. He just limps with it. He's very passive pre-flop, just wants to see a flop, and after the flop comes out, that's when he really gets aggressive. It's an interesting style, but it seems to work for him. Canyon's 3 bets, and Dr. Big Fish 4 bets. Soup Donkey's all in with his ace queen. I think Canyon's going to realize that he's no longer invited to this party. Even with the players involved, ace 3 suited probably isn't the best to be coming after the world with him. But Ethan has a decision to make with queen 7 suited first. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Ethan's got suited cards in a dream, and he's in there. Three-way all in, and Dr. Big Fish is in really good shape here. Be honest, chat, who's rooting for the 7? Ethan picks up life. So Dr. Big Fish is going to win the side pot, but the main goes to Ethan with a flush. It wasn't the 7, but it was still just as sick. Four clubs on board, nobody's got one. Big Fish is actually out in front with 2 pair. I like this lead by Ethan. Everybody seems allergic to the pot. He's just going to take it down. Oh, Sababa did call him, I guess, with a pair of... Oh no, I'm sorry. Ethan's got a pair of 10s. I guess that's why I'm back here and not out there. Soup Donkey's got his life vest on. Trying not to go under again. Or maybe he's sporting the Florida Gator colors. We're not sure. But he's got 500 more, and we'll see if we can spin that up. Wasted no time with a Jack-4 offsuit.
That painted my hand would charge it through my lights.
Valhalla throws in a sweetener to 14. I don't think that's really going to get anybody out of this hand. But 10-9 suited plays well multi-way in position. Just a little sweetener. Five ways to a king 10-3, couple of club flop, best for Canyon. Ethan's got second pair, as so does Valhalla. I like the raise here. A lot of cards on the turn that you don't like with your king jack there, and you figure you have the best of it right now. Especially with Ethan in the mix, you know he can be sticky with some of your inferior holdings, so try to get a little value out of him. Seven of diamonds is pretty clean on the turn. Canyon goes for half pot, and that'll take it down. Soup Donkey's going to try his luck over in the middle 5 seat. I guess the 9 seat just wasn't working that well for him. Soup Donkey wakes up with the Fury in the big blind. Looks like a good seat change for him. That hand's going to hook up. I'm not talking trash. People just don't know the power of the 4 deuce. Oh, well, you're just going to throw away premiums like that. Ethan turns open-ended, peeling with his king, but Cook has 2 pair now. And just remember I told you 4 deuce was the best hand.
Check, that is straight.
Would have been second best this time, but usually still pretty good. Ethan gets there. Peels again, gets there. This could be the beginning of a super session for him.
He made it cheap for me to stick around. Yeah, but I mean, that was a lot of stuff. Yeah, so. I know, I was like, I need the 8 or 3, and I was like.
Soup Donkey picking up a pair in the small blind. Just gonna limp it in. Ethan waking up with the premium. Now this is just poker 101. When the guy that just limps every hand all of a sudden raises to 11x, he's not in there with Jack 4 offsuit. This is a real easy fold for everybody, but Soup Donkey's gonna peel, see if he can flop a set.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see how Soup Donkey plays if he doesn't hit. Does Ethan keep up the aggression? He does, firing 200 into it. He's telling the story of a really big hand. Soup Donkey's already stubbed his toe a few times. I can see him laying that down there. There's other nights he might call that one time.
Looks like 1 or 9 now. Sorry, buddy. $200. $200. 250. While I'm in here, gentlemen, does anyone want a soda, water, coffee, or anything? Water. Diet Coke. 3 waters and a Diet Coke. $6 per hour.
Got a new player, Peter, in seat 1. He's coming in with $459.
This one, sour. That's 230.
Welcome to the game, sir. Pair versus pair against a action player. What could go wrong? Ethan does pick up a spade draw. He's going to take his equity. Check, check, and 9s are good.
Did you really? Yeah. Too crazy.
Dr. Big Fish putting on a straddle from the buttons. $6 standard. Cook's going to squeeze out ace jack. Opens it up to 21. I'm going to post an even odds pick'em bet for you guys tonight. Who's going to have the higher VPIP, Ethan or Soup Donkey? I don't know if it's a pick'em. I think I'd put Soup Donkey at like minus 120 to plus 100. But it's close. And when you play almost every hand, sometimes you back into it. This should work out well for him. And Soup Donkey's got a pair, so he's not going anywhere. It's going to get a little trappy. It's a pretty dry board. The flat jam should tell Soup Donkey that his 9 no kicker is no good. I think that might have been a little bit of an overplay, but at some point you just have to show strength. Soup Donkey don't care. He's in there. 2 outs in a dream. Oh, that was real spotty. The trip fours are going to hold.
You have a 7? Only takes 1 card.
Soup Donkey does have that loose aggressive style after the flop. It is a high variance play, that's for sure.
Hey, what did I say about 7-4 off? I will always play 7-4 off. Good to know.
Valhalla's ace wakes up with a pocket pair, raises it up to a quarter. Ethan's going to be in there with his suited king. Cook's going to be in there with his ace as well, and we're going to go three-handed to a flop. Pretty healthy flop for sevens. Yeah, definitely don't mess around though. Half the deck you don't like.
You know I don't love.
Valhalla's ace comes out of Portland, Oregon, so he's been playing poker for 22 years.
Keep pushing me off.
He won an $850 buy-in tournament back in 2012. He said he'd love to play against Matt Damon. I asked him before the game for 2 truths and a lie just to get to know him a little better. He said, I'm awesome, and I'm not awesome. I'm not sure which one is which. I'll let you guys try to figure it out. He seems pretty awesome to me, though.
Alright, so let's put this one on the channel.
Dr. Big Fish is statistically ahead with his flush draw and overcard, but Saba's definitely in there with his top pair and a gut shot. Dr. Big Fish is going to keep up the aggression with his flush draw. I like the play. It is a connecting board. It'd be a little scary if you get some action. There were some blanks that Big Fish could have continued on, but I don't think that's one of them. Sababa takes the cautious route and just rolls over his jack, and it's going to be good. Guess he figured there was no value to be had there, and he didn't want to get blasted off his hand. Want to give a shout out to our 15 current viewers. Thanks for hanging out with us. Bring your friends. Give us those thumbs up. We will beg for likes. We're not proud. Ethan's out there in his own lane with the 5-3 offsuit. So ace-10 suited versus the world. Ace in the window is good. Sababa flops bottom pair. Nobody else really has much of anything, but that doesn't stop him. He's going to check all the way around. Top 2 now for Valhalla. Soup Donkey does have a gutter. Soup Donkey gets there. Man, it ain't fair when they run good, but Soup Donkey doubles up. One for the home team. His VPIP is currently at 94%, so Ethan's got a little work to do if he wants to catch him. Want to welcome in River Rat into seat 9. We now have a full table.
Thanks, JJ. Appreciate it. I will see you all during the day. Anybody need anything? Here, we can you can get up whenever. Okay. As long as you're not done. Yeah, right. Eventually, break down at some point.
To you guys that you have bio sheets in those folders. If you want anything, want me to talk anything about what you are, who you are, anything, you throw it out. If not, I'll just make shit up. Either way. Oh yeah. One of my buddies, his son played. They went to Mexico with it.
Just a little six-way action going to a flop of ace 10-4. Nobody has an ace. Peter's going to be out in front with second pair best kicker. River Rat's going to bet his 10. King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10. Who's going to pair up? Just naked aggression taking it down. Nobody had an ace. And the race is going to do it. Ethan's building himself quite the healthy stack after hitting that triple up with club flush, queen 7 of clubs he had earlier. Might be on his way to a super session. Ethan's coming to us tonight out of Evansville, Indiana. He plays at Bally's quite a bit. I heard him talking about that. Says he's only been playing poker for less than a year. Says his most embarrassing moment in all of poker. It actually happened here a few weeks ago. He folded a straight when he was distracted by a fly. I wasn't here for that, but I did see the highlight, and that's a rough one. And he describes his play style as gamble, gamble. I wouldn't have figured that out. That's interesting. Soup Donkey bets out his top pair, gets called in a couple of spots. Canyon's diamond draw pairs up. I would really like a check raise by him right here. There's a lot of money in that pot. Go get it. I would have gone a little bigger personally, but I can't fault him for the play. I think it should get through. Peter shouldn't be hanging around with his gut shot. And Canyon's going to take it down with a nice hand. Five ways to a flop this time around. Jack 5-4 is really not anything for anybody. Equities are fairly well split. Cook's going to check his king. I would have liked a lead out there. Now you're just in check call mode with the king and you just don't know where you're at. Dr. Big Fish gets there with his flush though. He's going to lay in a sneaky check. Sababa rivered Broadway. Dr. Big Fish puts in the big boy raised at 220. I like it. Sababa has to pay him off, especially when the diamonds come back door. When the backdoor flush comes in like that, you can be a little more liberal with a smaller flush, like he had 8 high there. Front door, the obvious flush, there's a chance you could be beat. But usually backdoors come in, you're the only one in there with it. Usually.
Well, since we don't know who it
Your
is,
mileage may vary, battery's not included.
that's the best answer.
This is phase 2. Come on now.
You got to go back and watch.
I will.
You have to go back
Ain't
and
no
watch.
way you push through with this dude. There's no way.
That was really well played by him.
Go ahead and highlight that one quick, please.
Yeah, I really liked how he floated there, or threw out a small stab on the turn to set up a bigger story on the river. That was really well set up by him. Kentucky heads up, 6 ways. King Jack 7 rainbow. Ethan's got a gutter. That seems to be about the highlight of the hand. Soup Donkey is technically ahead with his deuces, but with nearly every card being out there over his deuces, probably not going to hold up to the end. Dr. Big Fish is going to keep telling a story that he hit that board. Nobody else really has much. This might get through.
He's getting a lot of second place. I'll never see him hold it up.
And Ethan gets there, the sun run continues. It's not fair when they run good, and he's going to check it. I mean, Dr. Big Fish, he built the story. He has to keep telling it at this point.
175, man.
Oh, here comes the story.
I mean,
I'm humming, I'm hawing, I just don't know. Maybe I'll just jam. This move went out with wind-up cards in the Charleston. He just calls.
I almost did it. Because there's still a high.
The only hand he's losing to is Queen 10.
Queen 10's still beating me. 170. Okay. Dude, I can fold whenever I have the lower end. Do you know how many times I've spent money that I didn't need to because I played the bottom end of the straight? Way too much money I donated because that was brutal. There was a lower straight out there.
Ethan goes with a conservative call there. I guess he was afraid Dr. Big Fish was betting the open-ender Queen 10. I would have liked at least a check raise there. I mean, Dr. Big Fish is going to pay you off with any 2-pair, any set. There's only one hand that's beating you, and you have one of the 10s. But you can't fault the man for stacking some chips. Ethan's putting those new chips to use with a suited connector. Cook's got short stacks and a couple of ladies. Nothing to do here but jam it. All right, chat. You think Ethan's calling? 1 if he's calling, 2 if he's calling. He might fold. But the way he's running, I doubt it. I'll take the under on the fold. Well, Cook's getting all the action he wants, and let these two guys fight it out for a side pot. Pair of threes for Ethan. Is he going to build a side pot, or is he happy to just check it down? Now he picks up clubs. He actually has some actual equity in this. I thought for sure he was getting there the way he's been running tonight. But the queens are going to hold, and they're true. So Soup Donkey does take down a small side pot with a healthy bluff on the end there. But the queens hold true. Never a doubt.
Damn.
Good bet.
Good bet. There's one card.
Would you still need them though?
Oh, yeah, I would have still
Need a higher?
Yeah.
Higher pair?
Yeah, I had a pair. Two-minute mini connectors right there.
Stack board.
Sababa's putting on the straddle, and River Rat wakes up with a hand in the big blind. Small blind, excuse me. Just going to limp it. It's a bold strategy. Let's see how it works out for him. Is River Rat going for the limp race with the ace king? I'd love it if he did it. Make it about $115. But instead, he's just going to call. He does have 29% equity, but I'd like a lot better odds than that when I have ace king. He does flop the ace, but he's only 50-50 against the field with that board. And he checks it. Very interesting strategy with the ace king here from early position. Dr. Big Fish is going to bet at 7. No reason not to. Is River Rat ever going to raise or bet his ace? Oh, we had a little misclick on the screen. Looks like he is putting in the big boy raise finally. 205. There it is. I was afraid he was going to slow play himself into the poorhouse, but finally decided to spring the trap. Peter's in the tank with his gut shot. He's going to call. Well, Peter's looking for an 8 or possibly some spades to get him in trouble. Check, check. Check, check. Oh, he's missing value with his ace king there. Probably not going to get paid off, but you got to keep betting it. Still takes down a nice size pot.
Oh, I got it there.
Dude, that was a good walk. Yeah.
He's crying.
They have so much heart, man. Got some decent there?
Yeah. Bullet too, but it's right at center field.
He's a big kid and was moving.
We had frame ball there.
Wipe it off, wipe it off, wipe it off. Small blind is hard. 17, that's what our is.
Ethan's putting in the under the gun straddle this time around, mixing it up just a touch. It's at least the second time tonight Soup Donkey's been in there with the Jack 4.
I thought about it.
9-8-7 rainbow, definitely an action kind of flop. River Rat's got to be loving life here, flopping the nuts on the button. Cook's got top pair in a straight draw. Ethan's got the dummy end. Ethan just said he can fold the lower end of the straight. Let's see if he actually can, because there's going to be a lot of money going in here really, really fast. River Rat had 700 some, and Ethan's got him covered. Cook's got pair and an open ender and a short stack. Can't really fault him for this play, but the writing on the wall is that you're in rough shape. And more importantly, that raise reopens the betting for River Rat. He's just going to flat. That's a good play right there. Ethan folds the low end of the straight, a man of his word.
I had the bottom end of the straight.
At least he's not blaming it on a fly. They're going to run it twice, and at least Ethan's not blaming it on a fly this time. First half is going to be for River Rat. Cook's looking for a jack to chop. Not going to be there. River Rat's going to take it down. Good fold by Ethan. He said he can fold the low end of a straight, and he proved it. Got to tip your hat right there. A lot of people would stack off.
I literally put you on jack 10.
What are you at? 14? No, you're down now. You're not one. I'm trying to figure out. I can't buy it. Okay, man. Well, anyone at 2,000?
Shit. Oh, shit. That figures. See, I had all the bottom in the straight. I had on. I added 3.
Okay, that makes a lot.
Oh my gosh, I'm throwing money.
Okay, choose one. This is
Put 6 in there. And look at them later.
God, you're right.
Going on.
Sababa wakes up with a couple of ladies, bumps it up to 50 bucks. River Rat's got ace king right behind him. 3 bets to 150.
Oh my god. I hope.
Cook's coming back in with 300 more after this hand. Hopefully we can get a little something running for him. But we have a classic race this hand. Sababa's in with the queens. River Rats puts the ultimate test. Ace king offsuit. Do you like it for all your money? In a 1-3 game, you always have to just ask yourself, is queens in his range? I don't know if these two have ever played with each other, but if queens are in his range, if his range is just ace king, aces, kings, and queens, you're about 40% with queens. And you have to call. But some OMCs are just in there with aces or kings, and that's when you can find the fold. River Rat decides he doesn't want to gamble, lays it down.
Got a pair of tens though. I'm ready to rock for 50. Not for 150 and then whatever the frick sauce put in.
I just wanted to see a flop.
If I would have put 150 with my tens and something.
I think I would have called off with ace king there.
I really wanted to see it.
I really need to know the player type in order to find that fold.
No, we won't.
Not the flop. Oh, sure. I just want to see what the hell is in the
Yeah.
Save us all the trouble of coming out.
We do is.
I was gonna make it 75.
Oh my god. I'm calling you with anything at that point.
Jack 10-9 gives Canyon top 2, but Soup Donkey does have an open ender. Canyon's going to check his 2 pair. Valhalla's going to take a stab for 10. That's not enough to make Ethan fold with no hand, no draw. I would have really liked to raise by Canyon here. You figure you're good right now, but there's a lot of cards you don't like.
Ace, ace.
That's one of the cards you don't like. Peter picks up a flush draw, but Canyon's out in front, or Ethan's out in front with his straight to the queen now. Canyon is just going to fold his 2 pair. At least he's able to sniff out when he's behind, but I would have really liked to raise right there on the flop. And like a big raise. Put the draws to the test. Occasionally you'll run into it, but for the most part, flopping top 2, you're good.
Juice clubs. Check.
Peter backs into it.
You have a fucking heart. You have heart.
Peter's all in for 39. There's no way Ethan can fold for this price.
Are you really out here heart catching?
You're getting a 6-1 on your money. You got to call. Wow, he finds the fold. Good on him.
Ace 9.
I
range. Yeah, carried with 5 people in the hand and 4 to the straight. One of them had it.
Oh, I should have never checked the flop.
Do you have it on the flop?
I got it on the turn. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. I did it to myself. How much did I put in there? 60? Yes. I'm over here like Goodwill. I'm over here being Taylor.
I'm really red.
Not you, it's another Taylor. Wait, there's a Taylor here? Your name's Taylor? Awesome. Okay, not you. Not you. Oh my gosh.
They're going on a
We're talking to Mr. Dode.
Got some posers in there, Sally. Some posers.
The white ones.
Nobody really flops much of anything here. Everybody's got an ace. Ethan is out in front with his ace queen suited. Takes it down. The rich are getting richer.
I did, and I let somebody get
$6 straddle from Kenyon on the button. He's been pretty quiet tonight. He's been able to get out of some sticky spots by finding good folds. He's pretty solid. He keeps his nose clean.
so addicted.
He's one of those guys that'll just quietly win $800 and nobody even notices.
I really don't get stressed out.
Um,
Or whenever it gets tilted.
So Bob is going to take the aggressive route with his king queen, bumping up to 30 bucks. River Rat's got some 10s right behind him. He's going to give a call. Ethan's got a suited king and he's in there. And Soup Donkey's going to play his ace. Down to 4. Tens are still out in front. This is a pretty good flop for him. You would hope nobody has a 6 after the big raise pre-flop. He leads out for 40. I would have gone a little bigger here. You're going to price in a lot of hands. There's not a lot of ideal draws, but the way this game plays, people will peel with their overcards. Ethan min raises here. Easy to say when I can see the cards, but the bet sizing kind of gives away that he doesn't have a big hand. When he's had bigger hands, he just likes to put in a big raise. He does turn the king though. Get way out in front of the 10s, and you would hope. It's really a bad card for River Rat because the king looks pretty disconnected. You might think your king is still good, but with the big sizing from Ethan, I don't think you can take a chance. He's already showed a propensity to fold when the big bets go in when he laid down the ace-king pre-flop. He does find the call one time. Jack is no help. He checks. A jam might have done it. I don't know. It would have been a big bluffy kind of bet. Ethan's just going to happily check behind with his king.
You got a 6, you're good. Holy shit, that helped. I was trying to be so fucking sneaky at the flop. Oh my god. I got into something that I thought was not going to be.
You going up by jam?
I know, I'm fucking walking away. No. There's no way. If you got it,
Yeah, that was the play. It would have taken a lot of heart to rip it in there.
I'm shaking from that one.
Easy to say when you can see the cards, but who knows?
Alright, that one was so scary for me.
Got 19 people in the live chat right now. We had 50 last week, so let's try to beat that number. Go get your friends and neighbors, even people you don't necessarily like. Maybe they just owe you money. Get them to hop on the live chat and live stream and hang out with us for a little bit. If we could get 100 people in this chat at the same time, I will sing a Taylor Swift song. That is my wager to you guys tonight. So that means we're probably going to keep it at 99 because nobody wants to hear that. Peter's all in with his ace jack. He's gonna find out Soup Donkey's in no position to fold. Yeah, Soup Donkey don't fold ace king. He's just gonna flat with the 213 though, leaving him 120 behind. So Peter's looking for some hearts or a jack. We're gonna go twice on this one. Pretty good flop for ace king on that one, but it ain't over yet. Oh, close. Soup Donkey's free rolling. 9 for a chop. And the ace king is going to hold. Easy game. Well, looks like since he put on the life vest, at least he hasn't gone back under. Looks like Peter's going to call it a night. Just really couldn't get anything going for him.
Damn, these kids are coming back too. They just went 5 and 7. And now they've already went 2 and 7 with no out. And 2 people on still. First 6 innings of the game.
Valhalla raises it up, and just to be clear, the 7 deuce game is not on tonight. Not a lot for anybody. Valhalla is going to keep up the aggression. $100 now. He's just picking this spot, apparently.
I just wanted to say. Oh my God. If you had called me there, I would have slowed way the fuck down.
Oh my God. I could not believe you said that.
Thing is,
though, I had to use all of those.
Did you?
Oh my God.
Yeah, people. No, not my favorite.
Valhalla shows him the bad news of the 7 deuce. I mean, if you're going to play it, you got to show it, right? That's state law, at least here in Kentucky. Cook's going to put the straddle on. And immediately gets raised from the small blind by Sababa. Cook's going to get ambitious from the straddle with ace-jack offsuit. Anybody who's listened to this stream before knows I'm not a fan of 3-betting or even playing ace-jack for raises when it's offsuit. You really just got to hit the flop hard. You win small pots, lose big ones. I mean, people hate pocket jacks. One of them can't be that good, right? What do I know? We're going to go 3 ways to a flop. King 8-6, nothing for nobody. Ace queen still out in front. Soup Donkey is going to take a stab at this pot. Seems like they're just kind of abandoned chips in the middle. And it's going to work. Naked Aggression takes it down, and he's working on building that stack back up. Went through a couple of warm-up buy-ins early, but he's building it up now.
That way they can see me play 7-4 off. You know who got me to play 7-4 off here?
It was interesting on that last graphic. Canyon has not gone to Showdown yet, and yet he's up several $100s. Just that tight, solid image he's got going on for him. Walk, was it talk quietly, carry a big stick? Is that what the old saying is? There it is. Speak softly, carry a big stick. Is he going to put in the 3-bet here with ace queen? I would love it if he did. Attaboy. 65. I would have gone a little bigger, especially with the way this table goes. You're going to get action, even with your tight image. But he gets it down heads up and he's in position. Six, 4, 7 with a couple of diamonds. Canyon's going to continue. This flop doesn't really hit his 3-betting range. I don't know if Valhalla is going to notice that. It would be a really good flop to make a check raise on. Coming out of the blinds, that 7-6-4 just hits you so hard. If he could find a check raise like 120. But instead he's just going to flat. It's another good card for Valhalla's range. Canyon knows that he's going to check behind. He took one swing at it. Now Valhalla's cutting out some chips. How big is he going to go? 55. It looks really value-y. A bluff of this size doesn't need to get through very often in order to work. In this particular instance, they're going to be chopping. He doesn't know that. Canyon puts in the call and they're going to chop this up. I think a bigger bluff on the end would have done it. Or a check raise on the flop, or a lead on the turn. Any one of those spots, I think you could have taken it down.
I mean, you can't play for. Yeah, that's why. Yeah. It was 7-4. Like $21 pot. Yeah. Scared to death.
I was gonna check raise you on the third one. You check.
Another $6 button straddle on, this time from River Rat. Ethan looks down at 8-6 of clubs, excuse me. Raises it up to 15. I don't know if this is actually a thing, but when somebody puts in white chips when they could just put in red, that usually tells me they're not very committed to the pot. It's almost like they're trying to get rid of the garbage chips, so they, they just throw them in there because they don't plan on winning this one. River Rat's in there with the same hand. He's free rolling to the spades. Spades miss. Let's see if River Rat can pry this one away from Ethan. Nope, they're both happy to check it down in another split pot.
Pre-rolling there. That's crazy. I'll just have that and then flop the pair. I feel like they could have got you off of that. I would have bet. Probably like 40 or less I was calling. But I just couldn't have put that position right there. Well, you check on the flop, so I was like, yes, dang. And you have one other piece to do on that?
No straddle this hand, so we're just going to be playing a standard 1-3. Suit Donkey's in there with his ace. Got to maintain that 90% VPIP. Dr. Big Fish is in there with a suited king.
You never know somebody's brain, whatever they, digged up,
9-7-7 and Valhalla's ace flop's pretty good. Not a lot for anybody else, though. I don't know if he's going to get any action. An ace on the end gives Soup Donkey what he thinks might be good, but he was drawing dead and getting there. Runner, runner, two pair, no good. Currently got 27 people hanging out in the live chat, live stream. Do want to say thank you to each and every one of you. And remember, if we get up to 100, I will sing a Taylor Swift song. If we get up to 120, I'll stop. Looks like Dr. Big Fish raises it up to 15. Ethan's got a suited connector on the button. I would love a 3-bet here. He tells Big Fish, put up your hands, this is a robbery. But he's just going to flat. Canyon's out of the way, but Soup Donkey will be in there. Flush draw for Ethan. Nobody else really has much of anything, but Big Fish is going to keep up the story that he has a piece. Ethan turns open-ended to go with his flush draw. I like a big boy bet here. I would go like 75 personally. 60's not bad. That helps you set up a really chunky raise on the river, bet on the river if you miss, or just take it down. Nice hand. Well played there, Ethan.
A lot of outs. I think we have to show everybody. Don't you?
If somebody asks.
Oh,
I was trying to block it off. Oh, no, I know. I was just trying to make it through.
got Ross coming into seat 1. He's a regular on the live stream. Not afraid of the action. He's buying in for 500, and he will be putting those chips to use if I know anything about him. Canyon puts in a straddle for 6. Soup Donkey's in there with the Dolly Parton. Valhalla raises his suited connect from the hijack. I like that play. It's a good squeeze. You are going to get auction, though, in this game. Surprising to see Canyon just flat that raise from the button. King Jack offsuit, a little loose in my opinion, but he's stacking chips. You can't really argue with his results. He's been able to avoid trouble post flop. Queen 6-3 really doesn't help anybody. Sababa's out in front with second pair, but he can't be loving life. Valhalla turns open-ended. Soup Donkey actually has a double gutter here. He's going to lead out for 25 and get a call by Valhalla. So a couple of straight draws going to the river. And Valhalla gets there. Soup Donkey does pick up a pair. Valhalla has the nuts in position and is going to bet it. Normally I would say a little smaller here because you're kind of targeting a one pair type of hand, but Soup Donkey has been known to not like to fold a hand, so I don't mind the sizing against this particular opponent. He does find the fold though. Soup Donkey in there, 94% VPIP, Ethan at 74%. Dr. Big Fish is the tightest player at the table with a 37% VPIP. Just reviewing that graphic we had pop up there, Dr. Big Fish is the tightest player in the game with a 37% VPIP. So you can say what you want. There is not a lack of action here at the OG Clubhouse. Come on down. I promise you the 1-3 games in the main room are just as good as this one. We've got immediate seating in the card room for our 1-3 games. They also run tournaments here every night of the week. This Saturday will be the 23rd of August, and they're going to be running a $300 black chip bounty tournament that starts at 1 o'clock. Come on down for that. People have a $100 price on their head, so it's always nice to get a little money along the way. So even if you don't cash, you can still do fairly well, defray a little the cost of your buy-in. So that starts at 1 o'clock on Saturday. Come on down for that. Ace, King, King, Soup Donkey flops a pretty good piece of that. River Rat does have a gutter at the Broadway. And Cook does have an ace. Soup Donkey leads really small, $6. That's definitely gonna price in some draws. Soup Donkey fills up, River Rat drawing dead. Cook does have an ace to win. It's really interesting sizing. I mean, he's definitely gonna get called. River Rat picks up a pair of tens. He shows that he had the joint. Nice hand for him there. He was able to extract some minimal values from some very marginal hands. He played it well.
I don't even remember what my hand was. Drawn to a loser too. Still here.
Got a $6 button straddle from Dr. Big Fish. Cook is going to look him up with the ace-10. Dr. Big Fish joined us a few weeks ago, and he said it was his first time ever playing poker, so now he says he's been playing for 15 days. So at least the story is consistent. I know him he's from the Nashville area. But he wouldn't fill out the bio. I think he's trying to remain anonymous by playing on a very small live stream. So I'm just going to make up some stuff about him as we go along. Soup Donkey bets small again with his deuces. He actually gets counterfeited here. Ethan wakes up with a suited ace. When he comes in for a raise, he does not mess around. I'll give him that. 12x or nothing. Sababa's going to look him up with 10-7 on the button. Soup Donkey's in there with a suited 3-gapper. 2-gapper, I'm sorry. Give him credit where it's due. King 4-4 is a swing and a miss for everybody. Does Ethan keep up the pressure? It quickly checks to him. He's going to check it. Gotta figure your jack is good. Nobody's checking a 4 or a king twice. I would have liked a little smaller sizing. There's really no draws to be afraid of other than the clubs. Maybe you get called once by pocket sixes if you bet small.
4.
No, I'm just kidding. I actually had a really good.
But the sun run is continuing for Ethan. Can't fault him for stacking chips. And he takes care of his dealers. Let that be a lesson to you people. You win some pots, take care of the people that are taking care of you. They're working hard over there. Ethan blasting again.
You know you want to play. Put it out there.
A couple of big stacks are going to splash around. I don't think anybody's going to like that flop. Well, that's fun. And I think after that flop, both of them are very happy with that result. Ethan's sitting on a monster stack tonight.
I would have seen it and I would have folded it. Want some rises? He's got it. You got one, man?
Small, big.
Gamble.
River Rat's going to straddle from the button, and Ross will wait no longer to get involved in a hand. He's going to raise it up to $25 with a mystery hand.
You don't suit it? The button moved. Yeah.
Ace, Queen, 7. Royal flush draw for Dr. Big Fish. Well, I think that'll do. Ethan's going to bet his queen. He just can't check a pair twice. Big Fish is just going to flat. He's got his man. He knows where he's at. It's a really nice brick on the end for Dr. Big Fish. It's been a quiet night for him. It's nice to see this one go his way. Goes chunky, a little over half pot. I like that bet though, because he knows he's going to get paid from any 7, any ace. Hell, some queens might even pay him off. Ethan is a little sticky. That's a good sizing knowing his man. Ethan's just at the very bottom of his range. He does pay it off though.
You tried to do it to me again, man.
That's good sizing, and he got caught bluffing earlier tonight against the same opponent.
I just see it. Couldn't sleep at night if I would have.
That's a really good player-dependent bet.
Was it 10-3?
Ross is putting on the $10 straddle. He will not be denied. He wants some action. Ethan's raising it up. 30 bucks this time. On a $10 straddle, that's only a 3x open though. I like the aggressive route though. Ross is going to defend his straddle from the button, and Soup Donkey's in there as well. Soup Donkey flops a flush draw. Ethan's got a second pair on a very wet and dynamic board. He's going to keep telling his story that he's got a big hand. Soup Donkey is going absolutely nowhere. I think Ross should find the exit here. We're going to be heads up. Ooh, that's going to be an action card. A quick bet and a call. That might help Ethan get away from the hand. He's counting off chips. He does not want to fold. I think the run good is starting to dry up for Ethan. He showed some real moxie earlier by folding a straight when he was behind. Let's see if he can start dialing in, tightening it up just a little bit here. I understand playing a sun run, but when it starts turning, you just have to be able to lay a hand down.
Was that 10 deuce?
Yep. Suited, but he just kept throwing more and more hearts, man. Trying to give it away. Oh, what if something my heart was beating like you?
Yeah, when Soup Donkey turned over his hand there at the end, he kind of tell he didn't really like being called. He didn't know if his 10 was good or not. Ethan's bumping up to 30 this time after Ross raised to 10, so a 3-bet. Wondering if there's a little bit of a tilt factor going on here for Ethan. He's lost $300 in the last couple of hands. Really don't want to see him melt off this stack here. Cook wakes up with crabs, which is usually not a good thing. That reminds me of a night in college. Ross has got a flush draw. Ethan's second pair. Valhalla's got a gutter too. A little something for everybody. Ross is going to come out and bet his flush draw. He's got a pretty solid image. I don't know if it's going to work for him on this particular table. He hasn't really been able to get much going, but he's been playing tight. I think if Ethan calls here, if you're Ross, you can't bet unless you make your hand. But Ethan does find the fold. He seems like he's right on the borderline of tilt. where he's just ready to call off with anything. You just can't bluff a guy like that. Last thing you want to do is bluff into him. He calls you a third pair, puts a bunch of chips on a stack, a smile on his face, and now he's comfortable and confident again and starts playing better poker.
Anyone want a soda, water, coffee, or anything?
I just heard one of the players asking if Matt is here tonight. He's actually up at Caesars, Indiana, with his sharp-dressed hat and shirt, blinding all the people up there. But he probably will be back on the live stream next week. Classing up the joint as usual.
Kind of turned into like a strip mall. No, seriously, like a restaurant.
Canyon's going to put the button straddle on.
Exactly. It really don't matter, does it?
Soup Donkey calls with an unknown hand, which, I mean, for a flat, he'll play pretty much anything, so his range is uncapped, as we like to say. Cook flops trips with an ace. It's going to bet out small. Ross has a gutter. Ethan has top pair. I don't think either one of them are going anywhere for $9. Ethan's going to put in the raise. Very ambitious here. Cook immediately jams all in. Now Ethan has to know his 8 is no good here.
Four down there? Ah, look at that smile.
All you can eat, baby.
So is Ethan going to find the fold, or is he just going to convince himself that Cook is jamming with a flush draw? Cook's trying to bait him. This is just my personal play style, but I don't like to give any information, especially against a player like Ethan. If you just let him sit there and leave him to his own devices, he's going to call you off. But if you give him any reason to make a different decision, he might take it. But his propensity is to call, so just let him do it. Let him cook, as they like to say. Just my take.
Floor.
Somebody's calling a clock on Ethan. Well, that's a little quick in my opinion, but
Floor.
I think that might actually force Ethan to call. If I was to, I don't know who called it. Yeah, he flicks in the call. I think that clock motivated him to call. They're gonna run it twice.
You have fours? Oh, you got the nuts.
Wow.
Quads on the second run out and just trips on the first, so it's gonna be a scooper for Cook.
Of course I have the 4 even. But what about a nasty bluff though? If I didn't break it.
30.
Good double up for Cook there. And Ethan shifts another $200 the other way. He was up to 15 or 16 a while ago in chips.
Every decision can't be that hard.
I can't play with that energy, bro. Can't play with that energy. Yeah, I'm not playing with that energy, bro.
Looks like Ethan's racking up, getting ready to go, but he's going to play the 5 Dewey offsuit before he's out the door. Yeah, his momentum has definitely shifted. Racking up is probably a good idea at this point.
See you guys. Fun playing with you too. Yeah.
Baby.
Yeah, I had an 8, so. I just like.
Yeah, Ethan's taking off. He's going to rack up.
Book
a nice win.
Yeah, yeah.
Ross has got top pair on this one against Soup Donkey's open ender. Rivers some trips. Don't think he's going to get much action. Looks like Soup Donkey's going to tell the story that he's got the hand Ross is representing. For 95 more, though, I don't see Ross finding the fold. You just got to sigh and call, and you're actually good right here.
I'll let you get on spades, though.
It was so bummed out. I could easily pull it 4.
Could have been like a reverse.
I can't imagine Ross is contemplating a fold here.
That's not good.
Yeah, Ross flips in the call, and that's going to be that. That's a side call. You don't really like it, but
I told him just tell me he's coming. I told him, I said, tell him he's coming, I'm coming back.
Guys, I'm sorry for my fish. It's just ridiculous. If his VPIP's not 75% and he's not in every single hand, I'm not doing it. He's in every hand and he takes forever every time. There's no way you can have that hard a decision every single time.
Good thing about it, we can always go back and look. Good thing about it, we can always go back and look.
He spent about 700 back on the table before he left.
Yeah, they're right. Ethan left about 700 behind. He was up to 16 or 1700, and he left right around with 1,000. So he did give quite a bit of it back. Booked a win. Ross in there with the king jack offsuit.
Well, so when he's down, he's either really wild or really conservative. When he gets up, he's wild. He's fired.
That was bad. I was targeting his like pairs or something. He was like, I'm going to pair up. I was like, okay, we got pairs.
Soup Donkey does have top pair here, but it is no good as Sababa turns the open ender and gets there. Cook does have a flush draw.
I triple barrel my 5 high and just and colored.
And Ross does have a gutter to a 10 to a bigger straight. He's going to get out of the way. $90 more to call. You know you're only about 20% equity. You figure you have to hit your flush to be good. I guess a jack does give you a straight as well, so 12 outs. Half of them are dead, but he doesn't know that. He's going to put in the call. And when you're on a draw on the board pairs, usually not a good thing for you. Sababa puts them all in. And a quick fold. Cook just can't get anything going for him tonight. It's unfortunate. He's been playing some good cards, playing some good poker, just can't get things to break his way. Still only 24 of you in the live chat. Come on in, hang out. Watch some of the best 1-3 action you will find in the state of Kentucky. The biggest, best, and only live stream from the Bluegrass State. Coming to you live every Wednesday and Friday. We also stream PLO. If you're a fan of the 4-card variant. Both players flop a pair, but Cooks definitely has the hammer lock on this flop. Soup Donkey might give him a little action with the backdoor flush draw on bottom pair. If you want to come play in this action game, just give us a call down here at the OG Clubhouse to get on the list. It's not too hard. Bring some money, sit in a chair, play some cards. Easy game. Come on down, we'd love to have you. Cook's 10 is going to hold. Soup Donkey did not improve at all. But he leads out. That's not going to stop the man from betting. Cook's going to look him up. Last week those bluffs were getting through for Soup Donkey. He seemed to be doing a little bigger sizing last time around. I think he might be a touch gun shy after going through a couple of buy-ins early. He was putting in big pot-sized bets last week when he was bluffing, and it was working. But the way Cook's been running, I don't think he's in any mood to fold top pair. Can't really blame him. $6 straddle from the button. Soup Donkey's in there with his king. Cook's going to bump it up to with his king queen. Pretty much a min raise at this point. I would have liked to see a 25 or so. Try to push the straddle out. Soup Donkey flops best. Ace on the turn, nobody seems to like that card very much. 7 is a brick. And Soup Donkey's going to take down a nice pot with a pair of 8s. Step for him in the right direction. He's been having a little trouble getting traction tonight. $10 button straddle from Ross this time. Valhalla's in there with a suited ace. Soup Donkey's in there with an off-suited ace. Some suited nonsense comes along as well before River Rat decides to bump it up with ace-jack offsuit from the cutoff. You know my position on ace-jack offsuit. If you were going to play it here, you should come in for a much bigger raise. You're pricing everybody in. Now you're going to end up playing probably a 5 or 6 way pot with your ace-jack offsuit. It's that kind of hand, if you're going to play it, you want to put the fear of God into people. Make it $70, $80 free. Dr. Big Fish flops just about as much as you can expect with the 8-5 suited. No slow play from him. I don't blame him. With 5 opponents, somebody's got to have a piece, right? Fortunately, the only one that really has a piece of this is Valhalla with a 6. Cook does call with a gutter to the dummy end. Wow. I mean, if a 5 comes, any 8 beats you. Wow. I think he's just having a bad night and making a little bit of a loose call. Dr. Big Fish does have a propensity to bluff sometimes, but he's been playing fairly snug tonight, except against Ethan. Valhalla gets out of the way. Soup Donkey's in there with his open-ender. Soup Donkey's going to lead out with his ace. That's not surprising by him. And Dr. Big Fish is going to give him all the rope he needs to hang himself. Queen is a brick. Quick 75 from Soup Donkey. How big does Dr. Big Fish go? He's going for all of it. I don't mind this bet. Against this opponent, he doesn't like to fold. Any 2 pair is paying you off. There's a lot of ace 4, ace 7, ace 6 that Soup Donkey could have been in there with. And it's one of those types of things that almost looks like a bluff just because he bet so much. I love this play. This is a really good bet by him. I'm normally a fan of targeting weaker hands when you have big value, but against this particular opponent in this spot, I love this bet.
Oh, what is it? Show it. Give it straight.
Soup Donkey did find the fold.
I had ace 6 of hearts, and then the ace.
Good fold for him.
So deep in that hand is. It's a good laydown, though.
That's a good fold for Soup Donkey. I know he doesn't like to lay down a hand like that. Still, I like the sizing by Dr. Big Fish. Any 2 pair is going to get snap called. And there's a lot of 2 pairs that Soup Donkey could have with that ace. Soup Donkey flops second set and checks it. I would have liked to bet, especially with his image, he's going to get some action. He's been sticking his nose out there quite a bit with second place hands. So no reason anybody's going to believe him when he puts in a big bet. That's an ugly card, and Soup Donkey's only going to bet 20. You're pricing in all the draws. I like a big boy bet here. Canyon's going to call with his gutter and flush draw. That's a bad card for Cook. Yeah. Just not the kind of good night for Cook. I'm not sure if he's coming back. Got a new player, Jason, in seat 3. He's coming in for $400. I've had the pleasure of playing with him a few times at another club in Kentucky. He'll fit right into this game for sure. Pretty sure he's from the Nashville area. I know he's in the restaurant business.
What's up? I didn't see it coming.
Jack 10 deuce doesn't really hit anybody particularly hard. Saba does have 2 overs, a backdoor flush draw, and a gutter. He is the favorite in the hand. He's going to bet it out for $25. Canyon's got a gutter to the low end. In position, not worth a lot to call. Queen's a bad card. Makes a straight draw look a lot worse. Even if he gets there, it's a one-liner to a king. I think this will be a bet and scoop for Sababa, and it is. Valhalla is going to 3-bet with the ace-king. I like that. Dr. Bigfish is going to go set mine with some ducks, and Sababa's in there with a playable hand. Sababa flops open-ended. Kind of a gross turn card for both players. Sababa gets out of the way. Good laydown by him. He has to realize that 2 of his outs are probably no good.
There is currently no wait list. It's open availability.
You know we got that one flag?
I just offered.
Roger's coming over.
Dr. Big Fish turns the world here. He's got a pair and a flush draw, but Ross is well out in front. River bricks out. Jason's going to move over to the other side of the table. Jason's immediately rewarded for his move with a couple of jacks. We'll see how it plays out for him. Ross is in there with a 7-4. Or no, I'm sorry, misclick. Valhalla's in there with a jack 10. Queen 10 and deuces all to the flop. That's a pretty good flop for jacks. And Valhalla's got top pair. Soup Donkey has a gut shot, and Dr. Big Fish, he's probably got the memo that he is not involved in this hand anymore. Dr. Big Fish did not get the memo. He's going to hang around with his deuces. Jacks are still holding, but that's not the best card for him. Soup Donkey is going to swing. Dr. Big Fish is going to re-swing, and Jason ain't going out like that. He's got jacks. If you have a flush, well, he's got outs to pair up. Soup Donkey has to realize he stepped in it. Yeah, he's done. Big Fish is going to pay him off. It's only another 50 bucks. He's got a flush draw. Nice hand for Jason. Good move. Ace for Canyon. River Rat's going to peel. Ace, Queen, Jack, Valhalla flops bottom pair and a gut shot. Soup Donkey's in there with a pair as well. Dr. Big Fish has a flush draw. And Ross and Valhalla both have the straight now. Dr. Big Fish does have a flush draw hanging out in there. Valhalla just flats here with this king, and that prices in Dr. Big Fish. I would have really liked to bet there, or a re-raise by Valhalla. But as it sits, him and Ross are going to chop this up unless one of them folds. I don't see that happening at this point. That is an ugly bet for Ross, but I've watched him play a few times. I don't think he's got the fold button right here. He could prove me wrong, but
Oh, okay.
what do you guys think in the chat? 1 for a call, 2 for a fold. He puts in the call, and they're going to chop this money up.
Oh, okay.
I was trying to press hard. Is that jack at the board?
Oh, yeah.
I think he was trying to scoop that. I didn't want to. Yeah, I don't want to see it. Then when I jacked it, I was like, I either got a rep or I got a block. Somebody gonna do it. Almost got it. Almost close. Well, we're thinking about it. You stared at that jack a little bit longer. There are a lot of options. There's a lot of options. Yeah.
Ace Jack 3 Rainbow. Canyon flops second pair and is out in front. Ross got some 9s. And turning a set is like getting paroled. You thought you were going to do some time, and all of a sudden you walk out the door whistling.
Ain't much left. About 8 at the table. People on the free roll.
Ross bumps it up to 30 after Soup Dunk. Leads out very small. I like the sizing right here. Definitely targeting some weaker holdings, which is what it feels like right here. King is pretty much a brick. It brings in Queen 10, but you really don't have to worry too much about that. Definitely nobody's checking Queen 10 to you here. I'd like another small size here, like 40 or 50 bucks. Oh, perfect. Love it. Canyon might pay this off. He's been making some good folds tonight. Soup Donkey, I don't think can find the fold with 3s, but I like that sizing there. Got a damaged card on the table, so we're just gonna have a quick pause while we swap it out, and swap out the dealer. There's our producer Donovan, swapping out the card. He's the man working the magic over here next to me. Having to listen to me prattle on for 5 or 6 hours. He's the man that makes the magic happen with all the graphics. We can't do it without him. All right, we have confirmed we have a 9 of spades back in the deck. We are ready to go. Technology is a wonderful thing. I don't claim to understand it, but I do appreciate it. They pay me to do one thing, and that's talk, and I do it rather well. We got JJ back in the box. One of the many incredible dealers we have here at the OG Clubhouse. If you want to come on down and have him pitch you some cards, get on the waiting list. Come on down. We have immediate seating tonight and almost every night. Get you on the list next week for this game, or if you want to play some 4-card on Friday nights, that's a big game. Bring your wallet and your seatbelt, because you're going to need both of them. Dr. Big Fish looks down at a couple of 10s from the big blind after a straddle and raises it up to 20 and gets called in 4 spots. And a case 10 in the window. Man, life is good. Top 2 for Valhalla, and he is going to be in a world of hurt. This could be a full double up for Dr. Big Fish if he plays it well. He leads out for 20. River Rat's not going to go anywhere with top pair. Don't blame him there. Valhalla puts in the raise. Yeah, all the money's going to end up in the middle here before it's all said and done. Big Fish clicks him back. They're going to run it twice here. Valhalla's looking for a jack. One of them was in somebody else's hand. I remember that. No love. Dr. Big Fish, full double up. When Valhalla raised and then he got clicked back, I mean, you have to know that your hand might be in trouble, but it's really hard to fold top two, especially when the stacks are this short. I mean, if you were in there for like 3 or 4 grand on your stack, then maybe you could get away from it. I don't see you can find. I'm not folding that. I don't think. I'm not going to pretend like I would. Dr. Big Fish could be doing that with a flush draw or a straight draw. I guess it was just a straight draw. But the min click is just so strong. It's hard to fold top two, though. I don't know. What would you guys do? I think I have to call off, even though I hate it. I'm not going to pretend like I'm good enough to fold there. Straddle on the button, and Big Fish is going to put those new chips to use right away with the king-queen offsuit. Ross is going to be in there with this suited ace. Canyon will probably come along with his as well. Squeeze from Canyon. I love that play. Don't play it passively. Get the straddler out of there. You're in position after the flop. You've been playing fairly tight all night. You would hope you get respect, but Dr. Big Fish is putting in the 4-bet to 200. He is telling a story here. Big bet, I like that. I don't know if that's player dependent. Like he realizes that Canyon is good enough to put in a squeeze light from late position. Really good play, excellent result. I think that could have been a player dependent 4-bet. I'll have to ask him in the post-game interview. Top and bottom from Soup Donkey, I'm sorry. Bottom 2 for Jason. This is going to get messy. I don't know if Jason and Soup Donkey have any history, but I don't see Jason finding any fold here, and I wouldn't either, especially against Soup Donkey. His range is wide open. Jason doesn't snap, but I don't see how he can find a fold here. It's just such a dry board. There's no draws, no straights, no flushes possible. There's some draws, obviously. We're going to a river. And 2 pair is going to be good for Soup Donkey for a full double. good pot for him. He's had his struggles tonight. It's good to see one go his way. Jason's gonna try to shake that one off and straddle from the button for 6. Sababa's been playing a little tighter tonight than he has been previous weeks. Not sure if he's just not quite catching the same hands or if it's a intentional gear change. Canyon's gonna bump this up with Ace King. Going up to 30. Soup Donkey's going to be in there with his Ace Queen, no doubt about that. Dr. Big Fish has a fun little suited one gapper from the cutoff. He's going to give it a call as well. Jason defends with a suited 8. Out of position with an ace rag is just, it's bad business. Especially when a player like Canyon is racing. He's not out there with nonsense. But you see an ace, you fall in love. This fight should quickly be reduced to 2 players. Canyon's going to slow play. I like that check by him, actually. There's a lot of aggressive people downstream from him. He can set up a big boy check raise right here. Or now that he's heads up against Soup Donkey, just give him rope. About a 1.3 to 1 SPR going to the turn. Canyon's going to check. He's got his man. Soup Donkey's trying to set his price for 50. I think he might, Soup Donkey might actually think he has the best hand here. There's the grenade. I would have liked to go a little smaller here and then make it so it's almost impossible for him to fold the river. But with that jack of diamonds, it's getting a little gross. There's a lot of bad cards that could come. I can't fault this play at all. And he's going to take it down. Nice hand for Canyon. Quietly stacking some chips.
Showdown, please.
I had to step away from the mic for just a few minutes to take care of some personal business, but I'm back. I hope you enjoyed the quiet and calming sounds of some unexciting poker, from what I understand. Still got 23 of you hanging out with us in the live chat. Want to thank you for hanging out. I know you got a lot of places you could be on a Wednesday night, and we're glad you're spending a little bit of it with us. Canyon's going to put on a $6 straddle from the button. Dr. Big Fish raises his ace, and he only gets one customer. He's in position, but he gets outflopped. I want to see if Big Fish is going to keep up the story. I think he knows to call off the dogs at this point. It's just a one and done kind of flop bet. He pays it off though with ace high. I don't really like that call with the ace of spades in your hand. It just tips it a lot more heavily towards value from your opponent. You have the blocker to a lot of the bluffs your opponent could be having. But on the flip side, Soup Donkey has been known to just fire with any two on the river if he misses, and ace high could be good there. Jason's going to raise with ace king from the small blind after a straddle from Dr. Big Fish. Small sizing though, might get himself in some trouble. River Rat's had enough fun for tonight. He's going to rack up what he's got left and call it a night. So we do have open seating. I was just out in the main room and they do have another game going over there. Maybe someone will come in, maybe not. That's a fortunate flop for Soup Donkey, I'm sorry, excuse me. Jason's going to continue, but that kind of flop just does not hit his range. I like the flat by Soup Donkey here, and if he didn't have anything, I would have liked to raise. Ross turns a flush draw now. Soup Donkey bets small with his hand. I really like that. He's targeting a lot of inferior hands. Ross is probably going to come along here with a flush and a gutter. And he gets there. Oofda. Sorry, my Midwesterner just came out there, but that's a sick, sick river card. The diamond is the obvious draw. The 4 he's not going to see coming. How much does he go for here? 165 in the pot. They're both really deep. Yeah, Ross bet out, and Super Donkey raised him. Kind of how I saw that was going to play out. You can't really bet 3-bet there with the board pair, and you've only got a straight. Even against an opponent as loose and aggressive as Soup Donkey, Not a lot of value there to be head with a bet 3-bet line. But he had a nice draw, hit the perfect card, and got paid off for it. My hat's off to him. Valhalla going to raise it up with the Queen 7 suited. Canyon's in there with an Ace 9. Soup Donkey got the dirty diaper. And Dr. Big Fish is in there with Marmaduke, the K9. And Jason will defend as well. Action kind of flopped top and bottom for Dr. Big Fish, a gutter for Jason. Bottom pair and a backdoor nut flush draw for Canyon. Soup Donkey's got the nut low. Down to 3 players. The 8 is just a dream card for Jason, going from worst to first. Canyon's out of there. Dr. Big Fish ain't going anywhere though with kings and 9s. He's drawn to four cold outs. Does not come. The clubs might slow people down a little bit. Jason is blasting. He ain't even scared a little bit. The timing from Jason's bet was just like he wasn't even fazed by that club. He was just ready. Obviously doesn't put Dr. Big Fish on a flush draw. Can Dr. Big Fish discern anything from that timing? Yeah, I mean, what do you, at the end of the day, what are you beating with King 9 here? 9-8, 10-9, just going nuts with that? No, it's a good laydown right there. He thought it out, he sniffed it out, and he couldn't find a bluff. I think the club might have saved him some money, to be honest with you. There's no bluffs there. Good fold by him. He's playing really well tonight. A lot better than his last showing here. I think he probably went back and looked at the tape and realized he was bluff catching when they weren't bluffing. He's made a few calls tonight, but they've been measured and calculated. Much better session out of him tonight. They've played a lot together. They have a lot of history. I know both of them from another club in Kentucky. Still got 21 of you hanging out in the live chat. Looks like you guys are going to be saved for me singing a Taylor Swift song tonight. Maybe next week we can get it done. I've been warming up and been practicing at the karaoke bars all week. A little disappointing that you guys aren't letting me belt it out tonight, but we'll get it done. Dr. Big Fish 3-bets with his suited ace. Ross is in there with 10-7. Super Donkey rips it in his face with ace-7 offsuit, strong like bull. What are you gonna do? How do you like me now? I like this. Ace-7, you're blocking pocket aces, you're blocking ace-king, blocking a lot of the hands that'll call you with just having an ace right there. And usually when people limp raise, it's aces or kings. Dr. Big Fish gets out of the way. There's nothing Ross can do here. He's going to have a little card funeral, but there's just absolutely no way in God's green earth he can call off $400 some odd with a 10-7 offsuit. Yeah.
I would probably jail.
Gonna show the ace. I couldn't see what card he showed up. It'd be boss if he showed the 7.
I was either to chat.
You do that rock and red,
That was some well-timed aggression by Soup Dunk.
then you run.
He really hasn't done anything like that all
No
night.
rock, and then you go running.
I was him, I was like,
That kind of aggression served him well last week.
I'm in it.
You gotta be, but you're a rock thrower. $10.
You actually threw the first rock.
I
Wow,
did.
you closed your eyes and threw a rock.
No, I just wanted some
See,
action.
you know what I'm saying?
No, I wanted some action. I called.
That's why you
He
did.
raised.
yeah, it can be a foot.
Yeah, you gave him a rock.
No. You gave him the rock. This thing got an asshole. 135. The difference is, if I get raised right now, we're gonna have a party.
Oh, a different kind of rock. I know what's going on. Okay.
This kid, how much you
Right under 1,000. Just start there.
Got some big trouble in Little China brewing up as Jason gets out of line. Or no, I'm sorry. Ross raised it up with the ace-jack. Still a big boy raised.
We were gonna party. 100%.
And he shows it. That's definitely going in the notebook for sure.
Since this man sitting in bed and wearing it, so I couldn't call.
We can give me action next time. We have plenty of chances. Which one?
I wasn't trying to get you, I was trying to win the hand. You did a rock. You took a rock, I caught the first rock.
Jason bumps it up with a 7-6 suit and gets plenty of action. King, Jack, Jack, Soup Donkey flops again really, really well. Jason does have a flush draw though. This could get a little interesting. Dr. Big Fish has had deuces a couple of times and can't get anything cooking with him. Jason turns the flush. And now Soup Donkey's going to start betting out. I like a raise by Jason right here. Pushes out everybody else, keeps the jack in there. That's a gross card. Jason's still ahead, but he can't be loving life. He's just gonna. They're both just gonna check it here. And Soup Donkey actually had a smaller flush, but not what he was hoping for on the end there.
Now it's your turn to raise it.
Looks like Canyon's got another $6 straddle on the button. We are playing 7-handed right now. If you're in the area, come on down to the OG Clubhouse. We can get you in the game right away. And you too could be internet famous in front of 20 live stream viewers. Four ways to a flop of King 9-4 all clubs. Sababa's got the best club. Dr. Big Fish has a pair. Sababa turns a straight, giving him a hammerlock on the hand. But Soup Donkey can't check twice. It's an epidemic. Just a flat by Sababa. I like it. Keep his man in there. It's a good call by Sababa. There's really no value in raising there, I don't think. Not going to get called by much worse. Ross flops trip jacks. Soup Donkey picks up a flush draw. I don't think he's going to go anywhere here. Soup Donkey's got a fistful of outs. That is not one of them, though.
I missed everything too bad. That's how everything.
That's a good bet by Ross. Targeting another weak hand. He's really getting good at targeting weaker hands. It's just unfortunately there's nothing Soup Donkey could do right there, which is a busted flush draw. As we've seen before, that Ross isn't folding trips there even to a raise. So he might invite a spaz raise or get paid off by a much weaker holding. Just nothing Soup Donkey had right there. Soup Donkey didn't have anything, so obviously he's not going to get any equity or any value right there. But I like this sizing. No straddle this hand. Ross is going to be under the gun with 9-5, and he's going to bump it up. Valhalla's going to do a little set mining with some ducks. See if we can turn them into eagles. At least the third time tonight Soup Donkey's had Jack 4. Jason's in there, Sababa's in there as well. Sababa flops a flush draw. Jason's got a pair. Ross has the same pair with a slightly better kicker. Ross leads for 10% pot here. Jason's not having it. I like the squeeze. I probably would have gone a little bigger if that was a play I was going to make. So Baba's coming along with his flush draw, and I don't think he was folding for any reasonable price. Ross is going to come along. We're down to 3. Flush draw and a couple bottom pairs. Ross is still good, and this pot has gotten pretty bloated. Jason Rivers 2 pair here. I like coming on betting here. After the river goes check around, or the turn goes check around, really good chance this one would get checked through as well. So Baba's out of there with his flush draw, obviously. Does Ross pay off the 80 bucks? I think it's a good sizing. You're definitely getting paid by a weak ace, like an ace-7 type of hand, even an ace-deuce, ace-3. Maybe even a strong queen, like a queen-jack type of hand that would have bet the flop. All those hands will probably pay off this bet. Ross is really in the tank here with his pair of 5s. Trying to put the puzzle together. It's essentially a bluff catcher. Do you think Jason's betting a 4 for value here? Busted hearts, maybe? Gotta be right about 25% of the time if you're gonna make this call. Pays it off. And Jason shows Ross that he was the victim of an unfortunate river card. Really good sizing by Jason there. Like I said, he was targeting a lot of stuff, and apparently he was able to get paid off by a pair of 5s. Since Jason just came into some money, he's going to throw a $6 straddle out there. Ross is going to raise it up to Jack 10. Valhalla's right behind him with Big Slick. Here comes the 3-bet. I don't know if anybody noticed it, but Ross just exposed his 10 of diamonds. I don't know if anybody at the table saw it, but I sure saw it. Well, the dealer just announced it, so. Soup Donkey's in there, and even though Ross had half of his hand announced to the table, he's in there too. Wild and crazy stuff here at the OG Clubhouse. Flop is 7 high, misses everybody. Checks all the way around. Queen on the turn hits Soup Donkey. He's out in front now with 1 card to go. Valhalla's going to try a little delayed c-bet with his ace-king, but it's a little too late. Soup Donkey's going to call. Ross is out of there. Soup Donkey's got less than a pot-sized bet left on the end. I would love if he bet it for value here, even though I don't think he's going to get called. But Valhalla's going to lead out. Is there any value in raising here or just calling the 40? I think calling the 40 is the bet. Oh, he does raise for... Wow, big raise. I don't think you're really going to get called by worse there. I'm not sure about that raise if I'm going to be perfectly honest. Jacks aren't paying you off. Queen 9's not paying you off. Canyon wakes up with 9s and raises it up to $10. Just a 3x raise from early position. I like that. Betting a little smaller when you're out of position. You're going to get action regardless, so no sense in bloating a pot when you're out of position. You likely have the best hand, but you are handcuffed. King Jack 7, a couple diamonds gives Ross a diamond draw. Canyon is still out in front, but he can't be liking that run out. Soup Donkey's going to bet his 7s and Ross calls. Canyon ain't done yet. Oh my god, the best card in the deck. The non-diamond 9. What a card. Big boy raise has to come in right here. That is the one card in the deck. You couldn't have asked for anything better. You got to bet it when you get it. He doesn't disappoint. Raises it up to $60. Still targeting some weaker hands. I would have gone a little bit bigger personally. There's a lot of draws out there, and Soup Donkey and Ross are 2 of the stickier players in the game. They're going to pay you off. Jack of Diamonds would be a gross card. Any 7 would be a gross card. I'm just a fan of chaos. Sorry, guys. $45 into a 200 pot. You're getting a pretty good price there, Ross. Now you're drawing thinner than you normally are. And Soup Donkey gets there. Oh my god, that's so gross. That's why, like I said, I would have liked a little bit bigger of a raise. I don't know if Soup Donkey's folding anyways. Honestly, I don't think he is. Even for like 150, he's probably not folding with a pair and a gut shot. Soup Donkey checks his straight. What is he afraid of? Queen 10 again? Good lord. You hit the miracle card and then you don't bet it. Canyon got... Wow. Hits the miracle card and then doesn't get taxed when he gets rivered. Unbelievable. What a hand. What a hand. That was a good check by Canyon on the river. It was a gross card, but the diamonds didn't come in.
Gentlemen, anything to drink? Soda, water, coffee? Sold.
$7 straddle on the button, and Valhalla comes out swinging with big slick from the small blind. Soup Donkey's in there with his suited queen, and it looks like we're going heads up to a flop. King 5 deuce rainbow, about as best you could hope for with ace king. I love the check by Valhalla here. Jason 3-bets an ace queen and gets a little bit of action here. Canyon's in there with Jack King offsuit and a 10-7 suited by Dr. Big Fish. Nobody really has much of anything. Big Fish has some straightening. I like the 10-7 to be honest with you. Some straightening possibilities. 3 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, that high. I got blocker. 7. Really? I do, but just like my ring.
Canyon putting on the button straddle from the 4 seat again. And he's going to check his option. A couple of queens going to the flop. And they both flop a pair. Canyon's a statistic or with the best hand, but Sababa has a hell of a draw behind with his queen. like Soup Donkey was in the hand too. I missed him. But Canyon's going to take it down. Soup Donkey on the button. He's going to straddle for $6 it looks like. Sababa's going to 3-bet big slick here. It's going to get through. Take down a nice little 30 bucks without having to see a flop. Always good with ace king. Sababa flops open-ended, actually has the best of it right here. Soup Donkey, really not much anything going on here. Sababa's going to lead out.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch them every single time. It seems like every damn Jacks keep sticking at the top of the deck. I don't understand. Shit out of it.
JJ is out. Jordan is in. $6 straddle from Jason. Sababa's going to come along with his King 10 before Valhalla raises it up with 7-6 suited from the big blind. Dr. Big Fish is in there this time with a Jack 4. Seems to be a popular hand tonight. Queen, Queen, Jack, Soup Donkey flops the world. Big Fish has a Jack, and he might not believe Soup Donkey. There's a little dynamic going between these two tonight. Checks all the way around on the flop. A deuce on the turn doesn't help anybody. Soup Donkey 3-bets. He gets paid with his queen. I think Dr. Big Fish just had to believe him right there. Dr. Big Fish has been playing a little better tonight. He's not doing as much bluff catching. I think he realized that's not a viable strategy here because they just ain't bluffing. Not very much. There's a few people that do, obviously, but for the most part, you're not getting these GTO charted, well thought out, busted backdoor draws that are bluffing the river. Keep it simple. And he's going to simply raise it up with ace king offsuit this hand. Sababa's in there with a suited 2-gapper. And Soup Donkey's in there as well. Queen 10-7 with a couple of clubs gives Sababa a flush draw. Soup Donkey's in there with a gut shot. Oh, that's an action card. Dr. Big Fish is probably just going to go into a check call shell here with an ace. But Sababa's not going to let this one go. You got to bet that flush. Soup Donk's out. But I think Dr. Big Fish has to call at least once here. Is he contemplating a raise? No, he's just going to call. Don't get too silly here. Oh, that's a bad card for him. $110. Turning top 2. Puts a one-liner to the jack out there. Do you think Sababa's value betting ace-queen? Ace-10? Queen-10? Getting about 3.5 to 1 on your money. You don't have to be right very often. Maybe 22, 23% of the time. I think if he doesn't hit that king, he could probably find the fold. But this is a lot tougher. Sababa hasn't gotten a lot of line all night. Definitely hasn't been caught bluffing. It's a gross hand. Oh. When you pick up your cards like that, they're usually not calling. Good laydown, sir. Hang your hat on that one. That's a good play. He sniffed it out and he just did not think Sababa was betting worse for value. It's definitely not, there's never a bluff there. Good laydown by Dr. Big Fish. He played that well. He should be proud of that. And he gets rewarded with a premium. Haven't seen that one in a while. King 10-6 with a club, a heart and a spade. Soup Donkey's got the best of it with the 10 no kicker. He's going to come out and bet it, or he's calling, I'm sorry. Jason let out and Soup Donk's got a call. Heads up to a turn 8 of spades. That doesn't really help anybody. Soup Donk's going to bet his 10. And Jason's going to pay him off. Way to find value a second pair there. Canyon's going to straddle from the button. He's definitely been the most quiet of everybody tonight. Really hasn't been making a lot of moves. I think he's up a little bit, but he's been avoiding trouble, and that's, you know, playing good. Sometimes you just have to find the good fold. That's finding the right fold is just as valuable as finding the right calls and bets. Sababa bumps up the cutoff with Queen Jack offsuit, and he gets it through. Well-timed 3-bet. He's definitely changed his style since last week. Not quite as loose. And a little more well-timed aggression. Soup Donkey straddles for $6 from the button. I think that's the first time we've seen aces all night. Have we seen kings yet tonight either? I know that's queens, but... And Sababa just takes it down. But that's the way it goes. 2 3-bets and scoops in a row for Sababa. One with a premium and one with just naked aggression. (10-7) versus Queen-7. Not really much of anything for anybody here. Canyon's going to take a stab. Soup Donkey is going to float with the Queen-7 offsuit. Is Canyon going to fire the second barrel? He knows that Soup Donk can float, and he gets through. It's a way to know his man right there. He knows Soup Donk isn't going anywhere for 1 bet. He needs to be told twice. Jason's going to put on the $6 straddle. Sababa wakes up with another premium, ace-queen offsuit this time. Bumping up to $26. Ross is back and in the action with a suited king-10. Jack 4-3, all diamonds. That's a pretty good flop for Jason. Although Sababa does have the nut redraw behind it. This could get interesting. And Soup Donkey has a jack. And he's not one to fold just because the board looks a little scary. Sababa's going to bet his ace-high draw. Soup Donkey's in there with top pair. And now Jason on the button. Fires it up to $200. In a 1-3 game, this is never a bluff. And especially with Sababa looking down at the ace of diamonds, that's the only possible bluff there could be. And you're looking at it. You just know he's got the diamond. Is Soup Donkey gonna take the hint? I always say you gotta tell him twice. And 2 people are telling him things. Yep. Board pairs 4. Tricky card for Jason. They're both really deep. Jason fires 350 out here. I don't think Sababa can find a call here. He's not getting the right price for it. Especially with the board pairing too, you could be drawing dead at this point. Interesting exercise though. What would Jason do if Sababa decided to rip it with the board paired? And he's looking at the second nut flush. Well, I guess we're going to find out, and Jason snaps. I love the moxie. Wow. It's a hell of a move by Sababa. I was wondering what Jason would do, and it looks like he had his mind already made up. It was a good idea, just wrong timing right there. If Jason had a slightly smaller flush, he might find a fold there. And even if you get called, you still got about 20% equity going to the river. Couple of small diamond connected type cards down here. I think we've still got a player in the hand here. Oh, Ross is in there. Ross has a mystery hand. The computer's giving him a check mark though. I wonder if they know something we don't. Still got 20 of you hanging out with us in the live stream. We do appreciate you here on a Wednesday night. Jason's going to call it off. Ross shows Jack 8 for flop top pair. Jason's sitting on a monster stack coming in late. Let that just show you guys. Show up here late when we got an open seat, and you too could have somebody bluff into you when you've got the second nut flush. Coming up this weekend at the OG Clubhouse on Saturday at 1 o'clock, we've got the $300 Black Chip Bounty Tournament. $300 buy-in, $100 bounties on every single player. So give you a little bit of fuel along the way, so even if you don't cash, you can put some money in your pocket. Always a good time. Then on Sunday, we got the Sunday Super Stack Series. Say that fast 5 times. That starts at 2 o'clock, $100 buy-in for that. So come on down. We got tournament and cash action all night. And also Friday, we have our PLO game here on the live stream. 1-2 blinds, I believe, and it's a $1,000 max buy-in. It's a big game, so bring your seatbelt and your wallet. You will need both of them. It's going to be a good time. We look forward to seeing you down here at the OG Clubhouse. $15 and a 98. You're getting what? 6 to 1 with a pair of 10s. Are you good 14% of the time here against this guy? Maybe. He decides not. Can't really fault somebody for folding 4th pair on a really ugly run out. You were literally only beating a bluff. Not a big pot. You're not very committed to it. It's okay to let that one go. So 2 guys that showed up late are the ones with the big stacks right now. It's almost like late regging for a tournament. A little blind versus blind action here. Canyon raises it up with the queen jack. You figure that's ahead of a blind range. Betting a call. Turn pairs king. Canyon checks his jack, and he's going to make some money with it. That's a good check on the end. Cross raises up his suited 8-7 from the big blind, excuse me. Valhalla, Canyon, and Soup Donkey all in there. 6-7 deuce, 2 spades, Ross flopping a flush draw and an open ender. He's got half the deck. Canyon does have second pair and a backdoor flush draw. Ross bets really big with his combo draw. I personally would have liked a smaller bet on the flop and then going for the big boy bet on the turn. Ideally what you want him to do is call a couple of streets and fold on the end if you miss. But can't fault a guy for taking down a pot with 8 high. Dr. Big Fish is buying the button, so he's going to post both the blinds. And now completes the straddle with the Jack 5 suited. Ross is looking down at 8-5 offsuit, and he says that's good enough. Soup Donkey wakes up with a premium and decides to check it. He wants to see a flop first. King 7-6 with a couple of clubs gives Ross an open ender. It's going to check around though. Soup Donkey turns a queen. Dr. Big Fish does have a club draw as well. Soup Donkey bet $6 and got check raised by Dr. Big Fish. I like the attack of the weakness, but you're not going to get a bet than a fold out of Soup Donkey for $25. I can promise you that. Ross actually gets there. Sneaky, sneaky. Nobody will see this coming. How much does he get greedy, or does he target the weak? 75 is a bet. Almost a pot-sized wager. Yeah, I mean, I know he made a sneaky hand. Showed the world he got there too. I definitely wouldn't have done that. I'm not one to normally show my hands. If I do, it's one that like I pretty much just flopped the hand and it was pretty obvious what I had. I never show the bluff. I want people to think that when I'm betting, I got it. I'm never going to show when I get there on some nonsense or I pull off a big bluff. I want people to fold when I bet. That's just me though. Valhalla opens up with a 10-9 offsuit. Soup Donk sitting there. Heads up to the flop, and Valhalla flops a 10. Second pair. Soup Donk fires out 50 into a 55 bet and takes it down.
So long.
Looks like Valhalla's going to call it a night. I think he booked a small win, so good for him. Ross is going to limp in from the button with a queen 7. Canyon wakes up with 10s. I definitely see a 3-bet incoming here. Bumps up to 15. Soup Donkey's in there with a little slick. My favorite hand, ace 5 suited. Ross flops a pair of 7s. Canyon's still out in front. Ross is going to bet his second pair. I think Canyon will take off a card here. And Soup Dunk, he's got some backdoor possibilities. He's not done yet. Soup Dunk bets 15. Been picking up that his small bets are generally not nearly as strong as his big bets. He's just telegraphing a lot about his hand strength with his bet sizing here. He's trying to set his price with his flush draw. And the thing about it is, for 15, Canyon will probably come along. Even with another player in there. It's just too good of a price. Now, a big boy bluff here, like 125, even 100 would probably do it in this particular instance, but I like a 125 to 140 bluff. Canyon might sniff it out, though. Nope, they're all going to check it around. Canyon's a good enough player. He might sniff it out with all the busted draws out there. I think it's just not been Soup Dunk's night. He's really not just feeling himself to make that kind of move tonight. I get it. When it's not your night, it's hard to pull the trigger. And as I said, Canyon's a good enough player. He might sniff that out with all the busted draws. Soup Dunk's in there with the best hand in poker. Got the Fury 4 deuce. Ross putting in the big boy raise with 6s, and he's got bad timing. Is Canyon going to 3-bet here or just flat? I like a flat, to be honest with you. Ross normally doesn't raise light, so you could be in a set mining position even with 9s. You know, I like your chances when you flop that good. I think he's ahead. Ross leads out for 65. Canyon, I like a flat here. From Ross's pre-size opening, I really don't see a lot of suited cards in his hand. Even Ace King, he doesn't raise like, I don't feel he raises like that. Yeah, it's a good flat right there because you're up against a pocket pair, and if it's an overpair, you're going to get paid. You really don't have to be afraid of the spade. Oh, wow, what a card right there. It is the spade, but like I said, I don't think Canyon puts Ross on many flush draw type of hands right here. But does Ross put Canyon on a flush draw? There's no way he's putting him on a set of 7s, set of 6s. It's like another $65, same bet, same call. Still a lot of money left. Oh my God. That is absolutely brutal. Runner, quads. I don't even know what the odds of that were after the flop. But this is disgusting. And Canyon's going to lose his whole stack. Canyon is in his head just fist pumping right now. He's doing handsprings. He's, I got him. I'm going to double up. Oh, it's like watching two trains on the same track heading towards each other. Absolutely brutal.
Oh, wow, wow. Wow, wow, wow,
Runner quads. Absolutely disgusting. What a card. Yep, that'll send Canyon home. I don't blame him after that. That is just absolutely disgusting. I mean, what? There's nothing you can do. Absolutely nothing you can do.
Okay. River was like, yes, sir.
What a card. And the game goes on. Down to four-handed, so we have immediate seating here at the OG Clubhouse. You two could hit runner quads. Jason's got pocket sevens and raises it up to 16. Soup dunks in there with a Doyle. Flops to 10. So apparently turning sevens is a thing, or turning sets is a thing now. Check raises them to 130. I think I would have gone a little smaller against this opponent here. He can be in there with anything. He's at the very bottom of his range. You want to keep all of that nonsense in, but you turn a set, you get paid. You can't be fault a man for that. So we are playing four-handed now, so ranges are going to get a little looser, if that's even possible, but Super Donkey does have an open-ender. Dr. Big Fish has top pair, top kicker on a 5-high board. An ace on the river for Max Payne. Nope. Suit Donkey just bets $100 as a bluff, gets called, and mucks. I mean, I don't figure he was getting called by a hand that Jack High was beating. Got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Ross bumps it up to 15 after a straddle from the button. Jason wakes up with crabs, and we're going to make it a family pot. Dr. Big Fish flops open-ended. Soup Dunk's got a top pair. Ross is in there with a gutter. Soup Dunk has these top pair, top pair. Jack kicker says, let's get naked. Dr. Big Fish has an open end or 2 overs. They're going to run it twice. That's a 10 for the first one for Dr. Big Fish. And they're going to split this money up. Chop that money, 35 a man. Seems fair and reasonable.
How many people's on that table?
It won't work on this table. I'm gonna let you guys play one more round. I do have 4 seats available at the other game. I'm just gonna have you guys move to that game as well. At the completion of that, once the stream is done, I'll let you guys do 1 round. That's fair, since you guys have been asking patience and stuff like that. Just done that. We'll do 1 more round of just the regular hold'ems. When the button gets back there, we're gonna end the stream. Let you guys have a little fun. And then since that's a different game, they'll be just a 500X or whatever the next thing. I appreciate you guys.
So it looks like they're going to be combining tables. We're going to play 4 more hands here on the stream. They're going to combine tables and play out in the main room because those guys don't want to play on stream. So we got 4 more hands here tonight for us. Yeah, a little clarification from the powers that be. We're going to play 4 hands of Hold'em here. We're going to call it a night on the stream. They're going to play a couple bomb pots. I'm not sure if our table software can handle bomb pots, so
That's the bomb pot right there.
we're going to play a couple hands of Hold'em here and call it a night. Do want to appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Still have 25 of you in the live chat, so thanks for hanging out with us on a Wednesday night. I'm going to keep that as a standing wager. If we get 100 people in the live stream, I will sing a song. Drop me a message on Instagram. My handle's Acme Poker 1. Drop me a message and let me know what you want me to sing. That way I can practice and warm up for you guys. And if you think I'm joking, try me. Soup Dunk hits runner flush. That's always fun. And Ross does have top pair. Soup Dunk just rips it and grips it. It's about a pot-sized wager here from Soup Dunk. Ross has a ton of chips, but I don't think he's just trying to give 200 of them away here. And at the end of the day, all you got is a pair of jacks. It is a bluff catcher, but Soup Dunk has been kind of bluffy, but I kind of feel like this is the last bullet, and he's not making a move with something, you know, when last buy-in big bet is rarely a bluff. It could be thin value, but it's not a bluff. Is he betting busted diamonds? A queen 10 type of hand? You block all the straights with your jack 10. It's basically busted diamonds or nothing. You gotta be right 50% of the time here. I know Soup Dunk can pull out some bluffs, but I don't think he's bluffing this particular spot half the time. Ross is trying to piece it together. Are there any bluffs here? I just don't think there are. Not for this sizing. He's gonna pay it off though. Soup Dunk gets the double up. $6 straddle on the button. Dr. Big Fish is going to bump it up with 10-9. Jason's in there. Ross is 15 to call the suited king. He's not folding.
Absolutely no
Yeah.
rush at all.
Ace deuce, pretty good flop for Soup Dunk. Looks like his run good is coming right at the end. That's usually the way it goes when you're stuck a gazillion dollars. Jason bets his pair of sixes. And Soup Dunk fills up and actually gives Jason three pair. He just called with the ace. He literally called with the nuts. He didn't raise. Huh. Apparently, he thought he was raising, but the one-chip rule came into effect, so it was a forced call. I can see that. That's a common mistake there. We've all done it. Don't know if Jason would have called the 100, maybe. But it works out. Turns out to be calling with the nuts. Jason's going to raise it up with 9s here. I'm not sure exactly how many hands we've got left. 1 or 2. Got one more after this, they're telling me. Haha. Oh boy. Well. Jason leads out with his overpair and he's drawing to 4 outs. Dr. Big Fish got tricky and checked the turn. 9s are, that's a bad run out for 9s. Saved himself some money. Dr. Big Fish shows him they flopped the world. And he wins.